Hey, 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 guys. How are you? How are you guys? I see me and Licky. I was gonna say me and Licky. Mickey and Lee are in the chat. In the chat. Hi, hi. Trying to hype yourself up to go Christmas shopping, huh? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I am just fiddling around back here in these settings, trying to make it easy to show things. So, you guys, I have something to show you that's going to make you go, ew, ew, ew. So something that we've been talking about for days now, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's not what we think it was. It's not what we think it was. Yes, thank you, Lee, for the yummy, yummy breakfast. I got my belly full with some scrambled eggs and some of those pancakes, and of course, the coffee. And if you guys didn't know, there's every flavor of sugar-free and regular coffee creamer if you guys want it. Hi, Sherry and Billy. Hey, hey. Hey, JC. Well, I mean, if it says that it's not going to get there in time for Christmas, then probably too late to order anything. Yeah, yeah. I would stick to Amazon, Walmart. You can always do Walmart pickup orders. You know, that's what we do. Which, by the way, I might have to have you or Ronald pick an order up for me. I haven't ordered it yet, but I'm without a vehicular, so my vehicular is in the garage. So, yep, I have to look and see with Amazon. They'll tell you it's going to be here before Christmas or not. But I mean, that's still not a guarantee, right? It's not a guarantee. Save. I'm just fiddling around with these settings. Yes, 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 yes. Mickey, don't trust the mail this close to Christmas. Well, I don't blame you. I mean, things are, backed up, but I think the mail system needs some X-lax, right? Are you okay over there, Pop? Did you guys hear my dog? You good? Sheesh. This camera is getting on my nerves. So, you guys want to see something really kooky pants? Really kooky pants? Before they get started, hopefully they get started at 1 o'clock, right? Do you guys want to see this? You guys are going to just fall over, okay? I'm going to show you guys something real quick. Okay. So, we have this screen here, right? And I've got it muted, but I'll push the play button, but you guys have to look. See if you see what I see, okay? Watch this. Hold on, let me move this little screen over here. Tell me if you see what I see.
Who do you think I should give you as a lawyer?
I'll write the bar association and the ACLU. We're gonna find out though. We're gonna find out real quick.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch. Do you see that? Do you see that? Did you see that? Let's look at that again. Let's look at that again. Hold on. Let's look at this again. Could you guys see and hear that okay? Could you guys see and hear that? This is an older video. This was like before his trial ever started. This was a different lawyer. But good morning, Tammy. Good morning. Good morning. You guys watch when he stands up and walks into walks out of the courtroom. Okay? Look at this again.
His comments directed to him.
Oh.
And that...
Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Who do you think I should
It's
give you as a
okay.
lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU. You're gonna find out, though. You're gonna find out real quick. Promise that.
Look at the back of his head. Right here. He's got a bandage up there, right? You see a Band-Aid right there? But then all of this. He got some kind of funk going on back there. He ain't got no tattoo. He's got some kind of, looks like rotting skin disease or something. I don't know what it is, but there's probably a medical term for it. But yes, you guys. Disgusting. Okay. What do we think? What do we think that is? Brain dead, says Billy, right? I don't know what it is, but... JC says, I told y'all that he had a head condition the first day. Oh, Sherry said, could it be a burn wound? I don't know. I mean, this was, I don't know when this actual video was, but like originally. Good morning, Andrew. Hi, how are you? So, Andrew, did you see what's going on the back of Mr. Brice Rhodes' head here? We've been talking about his Band-Aids for days and days during the trial, right? Well, this is a pre-trial video. This was done a while back at some point. But we were thinking he had, or I was thinking he had, like a tattoo he was trying to cover up or whatever. But yes. Here, I'll rewind it again. And we'll play it again.
Fourth between Cunningham.
Your job is to do your job, not to worry about me. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I worry about me. You worry about yourself. You're not trying to give me a fair chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should
It's
give you as
okay.
a lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU. You're gonna find out, though. You're gonna find out real quick. Promise that.
Yikes. So, let's see here. Tammy said, I was thinking the same thing. Did he burn himself? JC says his whole head looked like it had acne all over it when he first cut his hair off. Looks like it has healed at the top, but not in the back. Andrew says he read it was psoriasis or something like that. Probably something from stress. Yeah. He has gained weight, Gail. Absolutely. He looks heavier. Seems his hair was better before jail, right? I know. Opening the screen, it looks like the pigmentation issue some people get. Yeah. He's definitely got something going on, that's for sure. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Not cool though, not cool. All right, let's go back over here and get this one going. We are live. How are you guys this morning? Well, it's not morning now, it's after 1, but how are for some of you guys it's morning, right? We're going to see how this goes, and then there was we read the charges that Ruby Franke pled guilty to yesterday. But then her plea agreement came out with lots of like awful, horrible, very no good, bad stuff that she admitted. So we're going to go over that. Also, what do you mean is for me, Lee? Oh, it's morning for you, Lee? No, it's not. I know better than that. Well, unless you've just gotten up recently. It's morning for Tammy. Tammy. I had a rough start to my morning today. I was just like, I could not. I was up late after we got off the live stream. I was still up for quite a while. And then, hold on a second. Oh, it is 1 p.m. That's what I thought, Lee. You trying to make me go crazy in my head. But anyway, yeah, I was up late. And then so I got up this morning, got Eli off to school, and just was like, he got on the bus, and I was like, well, they're not going to go live until, like, oh my goodness, the FedEx driver just about ran off the road into the ditch. What in this world are you doing, man? Looking to see what he's doing. Oh, if he got like if he's dropping a package off, or if he got like a flat tire or what. But anyway, okay. So got up and then was like, after I got Eli on the bus, I was like, they're not going to start till 1 o'clock. Excuse me. So I was like, I'm just going to sit here. And I was cold, right? Because we had taken, yeah, there is sound. Gone outside to get him on the bus, and it was just it was very cold this morning. It was like right at, I think, 20, like 18 or 20 degrees. So cold. And I came back in, and I had my big hooded, thick, flannelly, gray sweatshirt zippered up, like hoodie on. Oh, yeah, it's a FedEx chick. She's running a package to my neighbor's porch. I think she thinks she stepped in dog poopy out there in their front yard. She's running. She's not even walking. She's like legit running. But anyway, so I sit down on the love seat and Poppy jumps up there with me. And Poppy is literally like a miniature furnace. She's so warm. In the summertime, it's the worst because she wants to lay right on you, like up against you, as with no space between you. But in the wintertime, it's perfection. She's like my own personal heating blanket that I don't even have to, plug up or nothing. But yeah, she laid on the love seat with me and we cuddled and I fell asleep with my hands in my pockets of my jacket and just laid there and dozed off. I did set an alarm on my phone just in case I dozed off. But yeah, it was a good little nap. But I'm still tired. Yeah. Your cats cuddle with you, Sherry? Yeah. Judge is there, says Lee. It's noon for Gail. Doing good. Tammy says Law and Order Sidebar had a really good review of Plea Deal for Franke. Well, there is sound in the court. Yeah, there is. There's sound. And cuddly cats. Cuddly cats. I'm allergic to cats, Sherry. Yeah, I am. I'm allergic to cats. I'm going to make this screen, oopsie, wider. Okay. I could go ahead and just make that big. Okay. Then what happens if I do that again? Okay. Okay. I'm just piddling around because normally what I do is I have like several tabs up and I switch back and forth between the tabs. But then it was like, why don't I like have individual screens that I can go in between, So I'm just trying to finagle so that I can get things moving around a little easier. But yeah, with the Ruby Franke case, the plea agreement went into pretty good detail about the awful things that she and another person did to the two younger kids. So I definitely want to talk about that when this is over, depending on what their timeline is here on the sentencing phase. We'll see, because they said something about having some kind of evidence and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see what they have there. But yeah, lots of stuff. Today is Tuesday. It is December the 19th. I wonder. I'm gonna go look real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Let me see if this might be a good link to look at real quick while I'm just looking for today in true crime history. Oh, this is cool. Okay. I don't want to create an account. Don't make me create. I'm not creating an account to visit your website. I don't like when people do that, when websites do that. They're like, if you want to read more, you must give me your email address. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, let's see. What are you saying, Lee? I believe they're looking at a 2-day process. Yeah, I think so too. What's Tammy say? Do they think the evidence they bring today will judge overturn verdict? No, no. They always have. They show the jury different evidence to kind of help them in their deliberation for the sentencing phase, because in the state of Kentucky, apparently, the jury are the ones who do the sentencing and not the judge. So, yep. More to affect the decision on sentencing. Yep. It is annoying because I really wanted to read this, but there was another website. Let me see if I can. That just says historical events. But I wanted to read this, and it's going to make me create a stupid account, and that's dumb. How about if I make you make an account for me visiting your website? How about that? Yeah, that's dumb. Well, there are a couple, so I'll just tell you about those because that's kind of like a preview. But it says here, we'll look here. So, yeah, this is on Medium's website, but the name of it is Today in True Crime History, December the 19th, because today is December the 19th, right? It says in 1959 here, Christine Walker, Cliff Walker, and their 2 children are murdered in their Osprey, Florida home. The murders remain unsolved, but I don't know how they were murdered, and the link is not clickable. And then in 1979, it says Michelle Martinko is killed in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The teenager, had been stabbed in her car in a mall parking lot. Nearly 40 years later, her case thaws when Jerry Lynn Burns is matched to the scene via a familial DNA match. Burns, you can barely read it. Hold on, what's it say here? Burns was convicted of murder in February of 2020. Oh, wow. Huh. I want to look this case up. This Michelle Martinko. I'm gonna look that up. Oh, I hear audio, you guys. Hold on.
You know, I actually hate it when judges say that. It's not my courtroom. It's the state's courtroom.
Yes, Lee, actually, I have gone through some of the lives, and I don't know if it is this mic. It like does this like a robotic thing. And I don't know if it's the mic or not. Yeah, I know, it's very annoying. But I need to use a mic because if I don't, and I just use the mic that's on my laptop, like I do in my normal live streams, you know, there's too much background noise. I mean, Eli's bedroom is on the other side of this wall, and he's currently singing at the top of his lungs. But yeah.
My dad has strep and COVID.
Jeez. I thought Tracy was bad.
Who does strip?
My dad.
Oh, wow.
He says he's like okay. Like, you know, he's like, it's not as bad as last time I had COVID. But he and my mother are adorable, and they will not sleep apart. I know. They're both like, we couldn't sleep if we didn't sleep together. I'm like, okay,
Aw.
so both get COVID. Awesome.
Great.
Right?
Well, the judge is sick too. I mean, I kind of wonder if she don't have strep and COVID.
Yeah. I know it really does. Yes, ma'am.
He's not coming out.
He's getting dressed right now.
Oh, okay, thanks. Everybody's back here. All right,
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go look this up. Michelle Martinko. I'm going to look that case up.
Yes, and on that note, let me ask you all, so I'm just not straight on when they come back, are we doing the misdemeanor?
Oh, she's a pretty girl.
Put it on the penalty phase forms with everything else.
Okay, but are you presenting separate proof on that?
I will just ask the P&P witness what the penalty range for every charge is, including the misdemeanor.
Oh, okay. Can you all come up for just a second? I got confused. No problem.
Yeah, judge speaking. Oh my God, I thought he was zipping his pants up, you guys. I literally thought he'd come out of that door and was like, oh, I forgot to zip my zipper and was zipping his zipper. It did not look like it. It literally looked like he was zipping his britches. Oh my God, dude. That would be a fun little clip to go viral on TikTok, wouldn't it? Mickey, do it. I dare you. Oh my God, that was funny. That was funny, funny, funny. But it was when he first came out the door. When he first came out the door. Hold on and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. Hold on. to make this bigger again so I can. Hold on. Was it about right there, maybe? Okay, let me push play here. Sorry, it went black. Okay, watch. There's no audio on it, but just watch when they were. I hope I didn't pass it up. I did pass it up. Hold on.
with everything else.
Okay, but are you presenting separate proof on that?
I will just ask the P&P witness what the penalty range for every charge is, including the misdemeanor.
Oh, okay. Can you all come up for just a second? I got confused.
Okay, watch. But when you first, right there, if you, I didn't see him come out with the backpack. All I saw was when I looked at the screen, all I saw was, hold on.
I got confused.
Hold on, I'll show you right where I saw it. And I was like, oh my God, this dude is zipping his britches up. Right there. I'm sorry, but look at that. Does that right there not, Lee, look at that. Does that not look like some man that's zipping his britches up? I mean, seriously. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'll quit playing around and we'll get to the businesses stuff. I think they said that Mr. Rhodes was getting dressed. So play live.
Versus everything else because of the aggravation. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm just looking at.
Only me. Really? It literally looked like he was zipping his pants up. 100%. It's live, but the audio keeps going in and out for this feed. I'm trying to see how much I can minimize this screen. And it not affect what you guys see on your part. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man? Mhm. Oh, I see a door opening, you guys. Is that
Can you come up
him?
here for just a second?
Oh, here he comes. There he is. He has no jacket on this time, no suit jacket. Whoa, they zoomed out really far, didn't they?
Everybody ready to bring the chair in? Are you talking to me? Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't know what this means. I gotcha. I appreciate it. They good? Okay. We're saying his name.
We'll file it as soon as the case is done. Okay, cool. Christmas, yeah, because it's within 30 days. Yep, appreciate it.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll be seated. Welcome back. Good afternoon. All right, so, as we concluded yesterday, I informed you all that we would begin what's called the sentencing or penalty phase portion of the trial at this point. In the penalty phase portion of the trial, you will hear the penalty range for the offenses for which you convicted, which are murder, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. It is in many ways very similar to the phase where you decide guilty or not guilty. Each side will have an opportunity to make an opening statement if they wish to do so. They may present evidence, and then they make closing arguments as well if they wish to do so. Then, just like before, you will be given instructions by the court as to the sentencing, and then you will retire to deliberate. Is the Commonwealth ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like to make an opening statement? Go right ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on behalf of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and families of Brice Rhodes, Maurice Gordon, and their families, we thank you for your time and your attention these past 2 weeks. This portion of the trial will be much shorter. We will recall Ms. Red, Debbie Red, the grandmother of the victims, and you will hear from Sean Jones, brother of Christopher Jones, about the effects that these murders have had on their families. We will also present evidence of the defendant's prior convictions and about the length of the sentences that you can impose, and just a little bit about the parole and incarceration system in Kentucky, so that you have more information that you can use when you decide upon these sentences. Now, when you go back there to deliberate, you are allowed to consider all the evidence you have already heard up to this point, the nature of the crimes presented during the past week's testimony, in addition to the new evidence that you will hear today. Thank you very much.
For the defense?
You're doing it right. So yesterday, seems like a long time ago to me actually, but I know it is. Yesterday, we talked about whether or not the Commonwealth had met its burden. And that was the last time we talked before you went out and you went to the jury room. And I want you to know that I appreciate the fact that you took the time, talked about it together, went through the instructions, thought about it. And I understand that you reached your conclusion. That's your job. You did your job. Now, there's just a few more days. That sounds even worse than it is. Tomorrow. We'll finish tomorrow. And you also may be tired of me. And I'm not going to talk at great length. I know I talked for a little while yesterday. Thought I had a lot more to say. But the result of your deliberations today are not and should not be a foregone conclusion. You may have, when you were back in that room, said,
Not long-winded, huh?
guilty, and we already know what we think the penalty should be. You're human beings, right? You may have reached that conclusion. I understand that. That's okay. But as the court just told you, there's more for you to hear. There's going to be evidence from the prosecution. There's going to be live witnesses from the witness stand. There's also evidence that we think that you need to hear. The evidence that we think you need to hear is about Brice. It's about Brice as a person, as a human being. We, all of us, everybody, we are not simply the worst thing that we have ever done. You have reached the conclusion that Brice committed that crime and that the Commonwealth proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, and I accept that. We have to. But that doesn't change the fact that Brice is a human being as well. And I'm going to ask you to keep an open mind and listen and decide, because literally what you decide today and tomorrow determines his future. I've spent an awful lot of time getting to know, trying to get to know Brice, not just him, his family, his life, his history, everything about him. That's one of the things that in a case this serious that a lawyer tries to do. Know more about Brice than Brice. I'd love it if I could just sort of open up my brain and pour it out and just tell all of you, but I can't and I won't, because what you need to do is hear it from the witness stand. But there are some things that I can't tell you. No matter what conclusion you have reached about Brice as a person because of these charges, Brice is a human being And more importantly, Brice is a person who's had a life that got him to this point. Some of the evidence you hear from this witness stand will talk about what his life has been like to this point. You'll hear that as a child, Brice's life was different than a lot of kids. There's things we take for granted. Right? Many people have tough lives. Brice is one of the people who has had a very tough life. And he also had obstacles that luckily most of us do not have. We'll hear that Brice suffers from an intellectual disability. That's the current term. That's what people use now. When I was growing up, we used the word retarded. I'm not saying that to be harmful to Brice, but I'm saying that to make sure that it's clear. You'll hear expert testimony from this witness stand explaining not only the existence of that disability, but also the effect of that disability. Because these things aren't abstract, they're not just out there. It's not just the existence of something like that, it's how it affects somebody. And not merely how it affects them in the moment, but how it affects them year after year after year. You'll hear that Brice, when other kids were doing well, was doing poorly. That Brice would say over and over, I don't understand, I just don't understand. People can have, things can affect people differently. But in this case, based on the verdict you have reached, I will tell you there is no small sentence. I'm not going to get up here and ask you for a small sentence because that's not even possible. It's not even possible. The smallest sentence, and the judge will instruct you, is 20 years in prison for each count 1, count 2, count 3. That's the smallest amount. So there is not going to be, not me, not somebody else from my team, no one's going to get up here and say that we're now asking you to let Brice out the door or anything like that, because that wouldn't even be in your power. But I am going to ask you to keep an open mind and think about the things in his life that have actually affected him and got him to this room and that chair today. You're going to hear about Brice having several brothers, several sisters. I'm not going to try and go through all of them today because frankly it would all just be names difficult to remember, and I'm not trying to be confusing. But you will hear about one of his brothers. And this brother in particular, I think is important. I think it's worth pointing him out because he also had trouble. And Brice and his brother both had difficulties, but there's a big difference between the two. One brother got help, got extra attention, got extra counseling, got extra time, was evaluated, and had parents who followed through with the evaluation. And that brother now is a professor teaching in a college. Brice didn't get any of that help. I wish he had. I'll go so far as to say if he had, I do not think any of us would be in this room. But he didn't. He didn't get the help. Instead of getting the help, there was a custody battle. And the custody battle revolved around control of him in his schooling. And it got bad enough so that he was taken away from the same parents who followed the recommendations and helped the one brother. But instead, Brice got none of that support. He got none of those resources. He didn't get better. You'll also hear that as part of that, at times he was in a household physical punishment. But he suffered some significant trauma because of that. You'll hear that from an expert on this witness stand who will walk you through the effect of trauma. And the effect of trauma is different for different people. I like to think that I'm pretty resilient. But the problem is, if someone is already suffering from an intellectual disability, they don't have that resilience. When trauma hits them, they don't have the skills and the resources to deal with it themselves. Not the same way that one of us might be able to do. It's when you have a kid who suffers the trauma, because of his intellectual disability, can't fix himself. The only thing that can fix him is if he has people who love him and care for him and go the extra mile, and you're going to hear that unfortunately that didn't happen. I'm not trying to say that the people in Brice's life were terrible parents or evil people, any of that. I have 3 kids. I know it is hard. It is work all the time. But I am going to say that they dropped the ball. And dropping the ball in this case, dropping the ball with Brice, with all the deficits and all the problems and the trauma that he was experiencing, had real lasting effects. Does that excuse everything that you've heard about? No, and I'm not saying it does. I'm saying it's relevant and important in deciding who Brice is as a human being, and that you are allowed, and the judge will read you instructions and say the law allows you to consider those things as well when you decide on a fair punishment. You are allowed, as the Commonwealth said, to consider all the evidence from the first phase. And I think if we told you you weren't allowed to consider it, you would anyway. You're allowed to consider the punishment that was meted out to Mr. Carter, Mr. Taylor. Carter was in prison for 3 years. Mr. Taylor was in prison for 6.5. You're allowed to consider that punishment as well. It's up to you how much that matters. The last thing I want to tell you, it's something that would naturally occur to you, and you've probably already been thinking about, is based on what you do in this courtroom, what happens next? Where does Brice grow? Some of that evidence will be presented to you. Right? We'll answer as many of those questions as we can. One thing you'll also hear from the experts on the stand is that even though Brice is damaged, there is still hope, and he still could be redeemed. That with the right combination of medicine and therapy and treatment, he is someone who could, after serving whatever long sentence you give him, that could have a future. Only Brice can atone
I'm asking you to give him a chance to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I'd like to call the first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth calls Sean Jones.
I'm sorry. But no. No.
Sir, you can come right up here, please. Just watch your step there.
Oh, this is, I
Can you
bet
please
you,
raise your
that
right
man
hand
he
for me?
shot's
You swear to
father.
tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
That's my guess anyway.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Jury, my name is Sean Lamont Jones. I am the older brother of Christopher Bernard Jones.
Could you tell the jury how this crime has affected your family?
It affected my family a whole lot. You know, my brother, he has 2 sons that, you know, in high school, and they don't have their father. And really, it impacted me more because I felt as an uncle to them. You know, couldn't take care of them.
Okay,
the way
cameraman,
they
you're making me seasick. You're making me seasick. Oh my goodness. He's trying to get past the attorney and
How are his sons doing?
so you can see the witness's face, but man.
playing football. One's a shiny playing football. It's Christopher Bernard Jones Jr. and Barron Martin.
We heard earlier there's a daughter.
Yes, he has a daughter. You know, he has a granddaughter. They got another meeting. So yeah, it impacted us very hardly.
Anybody got any Dramamine?
Is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
He was a good man, you know. He didn't deserve that.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
My brother was a good man. He didn't deserve for his life to be taken. You know, for him to grow with his sons and his daughter and try to get to know or even get to know his granddaughter. He'll never have that.
How old is the granddaughter?
She is probably 3, maybe.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions. Hold on, the defense might.
Any questions?
Sorry for your loss. I don't have any questions.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Man.
Thanks, John. I'd like to call their next witness. Thank you.
And that top that lady has on there is kind of cool. Tie-dye-ish looking. Kind of like
Hello
that.
again, Miss Ron. Just need to swear you again, please. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank
This
you.
is the grandma to the boys.
Could you reintroduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Deborah Wren, W-R-E-N.
And Ms. Wren, how has this crime affected your family?
I can't even begin to tell you how this has been. Nothing is the same. Jeffy, we just can't get over it. We cannot. We don't know how to deal with it. It's been 7 years and 7 months. And all the things we used to do. Go to the boys' ball games, birthday parties, Christmas, everything. It's just not the same without them. They really were kids.
And ma'am, can you let the jury know who of the boy's family has been with us through this trial?
The
Who-
mother.
Their mother,
Yeah.
and who else?
Larry's other grandmother.
Larry's grandmother?
Mhm.
Okay.
And Larry's half sister, Shalera, and just different friends and people like that. It's too hard to come. Was it?
Yeah. Has your husband been here too?
Oh yeah. He he watches it every day on TV, and he can't be here because he fell and hurt his leg, and he fractured his knee and pulled ligaments in his knee, and he couldn't get up and down. And the jury came in and out, so he had to stay home. And this was the most important part for him. And all he can do is watch it on TV. And then talk to me when we get home. But we'll never be the same. Nothing is the same. I mean, you can still get together with your family, but you miss them because they were so loving and so much fun. And Larry used to help me. Larry used to help me put the Christmas tree up and get ready for Christmas and put the Christmas music. He wanted to listen to Christmas music in October. But sorry. I miss him so much. We all miss him so much every day. When I think about the things they could have done, and Larry and Reese, Larry really had planned on going to Texas Christian College. That's all he talked about, was going to Texas Christian College and playing football. That's all he talked about all the time. And Reese talked about his music. He loved music. But they were fun. They were fun kids. They were. Now they're gone. 7 years and 7 months.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay.
You're free to go, ma'am, or stay as you wish.
That's pitiful. Pitiful, pitiful.
Next witness.
Oh, of course, Danielle Brown.
Thank you.
Did you see the look he gave her? Oh my God. Dude. Ugh.
Could I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you, Ms. Brown. Have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Brown, and I am a paralegal.
And do you work with my office?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, I'll rewind it back just for a second so you can see the look.
My duties are to compile the criminal history and compile the certified convictions and things like that.
In this case, did you get certified copies of records for the defendant Brice Rhodes?
Watch this look.
Next witness.
Oh, of course, Danielle Brown.
Thank you.
Mm. Wow. He's a piece of work, right?
Could I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you, Ms. Brown. You can have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Brown, and I am a paralegal.
And do you work with my office?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What, relative to this trial, what are your duties?
My duties are to compile the criminal history and compile the certified convictions and things like that.
In this case, did you get certified copies of records for the defendant Brice Rhodes?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
I contact the clerk's office for both here and in Indiana, and I got certified and exemplified copies of each of the convictions.
And are there certain identifiers or other means that you use to make sure you're getting the convictions for the right person?
Correct. I searched by name, birth date, social security number, and things like that.
What is the defendant's date of birth?
His date of birth is September 8th, 1990.
So how old is he now?
He is 33.
Did you find prior criminal convictions in this case?
Yes, I did.
Right. Yeah.
Starting with the earliest conviction, what county did it happen?
It happened in Clark County, Indiana.
Okay, what was the date of the offense?
January 9th, 2009.
And what was the offense?
It is 3 counts of intimidation and 1 count of carrying a handgun without license.
What was the date of the conviction?
February 1st, 2010.
And what was the sentence?
4 years fixed term of imprisonment at the IDOC.
Would that be the Indiana Department of Corrections?
Correct.
What was the date, the next offense, what county was that?
Clark County, Indiana.
And what was the date of that offense?
April 24th, 2009.
And what was that offense?
2, 3, 4 counts of armed robbery, and 1 count of criminal confinement.
What was the date of the conviction?
February 1st, 2010.
Okay, so it looks like you sentenced both of these on the same day.
Correct.
What was the sentence for this one?
12 years fixed term of imprisonment at the Indiana Department of Corrections with 6 years suspended upon strict terms of probation.
And did anything of note happen with that probation?
Correct. He violated that probation on January 12th of 2014.
January 12th, you said?
Yes, 2014.
Okay. And when he violated the probation, what happened?
He was revoked on April 14th, 2015, and it was revoked 270 days and released with JTC of 135 actual days and ordered returned to original terms of probation.
What was the, oh, and are these misdemeanors or felonies?
These are felonies.
Was there another offense?
Correct. The next one is in Jefferson County, Kentucky. And that one, the offense date is August 6, 2013.
What was the charge for which he was convicted?
Assault, fourth degree, domestic violence, minor injury.
Okay. What was the date of conviction?
August 19th, 2013.
And what was the sentence in that case?
He was sentenced to 193 days in jail, which 180 of those days were suspended. He was credit time served for 13 days and sentenced to 2 years supervised probation.
And is that a misdemeanor or a felony?
That is a misdemeanor.
Was his probation successful?
No, he violated once on April 17th, 2014, and again on December 17th, 2014.
What were those dates?
The first time was April 17th, 2014, and then again on December 17th, 2014.
Okay. And what were the penalties for each of those?
The first time he was revoked on April 24th, 2014, he was sentenced to 90 days in jail, credit time served for 12 days. And the second time, the sentence date was June 3rd, 2016, and he was sentenced to 90 days in jail.
Was there another conviction?
Yes, the next one is from Clark County, Indiana.
What was the date of the offense?
January 12th, 2014.
And the offense?
2 counts of battery resulting in bodily injury.
What was the date of sentence?
July 16th, 2015.
What was the sentence?
He was jailed for he was sentenced to 1 year in jail, 6 months in jail, sentenced to run consecutive.
So 1 year total.
Correct.
And does Indiana consider that a misdemeanor or a felony?
They consider those misdemeanors.
Was that probation successful?
No, he was violated on December 16th, 2015. Or excuse me, he violated on December 16th, 2015.
And was there a final conviction?
Not for that, that is still
No,
currently,
I'm sorry, I meant for another offense.
yes. The last one is Jefferson County,
Okay. What was the date of the offense?
April 13th, 2014.
What was the crime for which he was convicted?
Assault, fourth degree, domestic violence, minor injury.
And what was the date of the conviction?
He was convicted on April 24th, 2014.
What was the sentence like?
He was sentenced to 270 days in jail with 180 days suspended, credit time served 12 days, 2 years supervised probation.
When he was probated, was that probation successful?
It was not. He had a violation on December 17th, 2014.
And was that the final conviction?
Yes, that was the final conviction.
Right. Thank you. I have no further questions. Do you all want me to move this? We're getting this.
Any questions from the defense?
So, in your role
a little over a year.
So you were asked to get records together and kind of collate them into a little report, basically.
Correct.
And other than that, you don't have any other role in this
As in,
with Brice Rhodes?
correct.
I think I have a further question.
Any follow-up? You're free to go, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Another Commonwealth calls Officer Christy Henley.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to speed up and then went too far. Ah.
Hello. I'll let you set your stuff down and then I'll have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Officer Henley. Can I have a seat?
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Christy Henley. I am a probation and parole officer with the Kentucky Department of Corrections.
And as part of your duties with the Office of Probation and Parole, do you learn about the penalty ranges for different crimes and the system of parole and incarceration in Kentucky?
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant has been convicted of counts of intentional murder. Can you tell the jury what is the penalty range for murder?
The penalty range for murder can be 20 to 50 years, life without parole, or life without parole for 25 years.
Um, 20 to 50 years. Does that mean that the sentence could be 21, 42, any number in between 20 and 50?
Yes.
If somebody is sentenced to any of these besides life without parole, will they at some point meet the parole board?
Yes.
Okay, before we get to when that is, can you tell the jury what parole is?
Parole is a supervised early release from a prison sentence that is authorized by the state parole board.
And how does somebody get paroled?
Um,
Do they go before the parole board?
They do.
Okay. What are some of the things that the parole board can consider?
The parole board, for appropriative release, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. They will consider psychological evaluations, educational programs, the seriousness of the crime, whether it was violent, the criminal history, the juvenile record, institutional adjustment, history of drug and alcohol involvement, history of assaultive behavior, history of violence, and any pending charges.
And when somebody goes before the parole board, what are the different choices the parole board can make at that point?
There are 3 different choices. They can choose to parole them, they can choose a deferment, and then they can choose serve out.
What does serve out mean?
Serve out means that they will be required to serve until their minimum expiration date.
All right, so we'll go back to now what somebody's eligible for parole. Is murder a violent offense?
Yes.
What does that mean? Does that affect parole eligibility?
It does.
When somebody is convicted of a violent offense, when is that person eligible for parole?
They have to serve at least 85% of their sentence.
Until they meet the parole board, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So if somebody got a 20-year sentence, when would he be eligible to to meet the parole board?
A 20-year sentence, they would be eligible to meet the parole board in 17 years.
And at that point, what you said before, the parole board could parole them, defer them, or just tell them they have to serve out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, 21 years, when would he meet the parole board?
21 years would be 17 years and 10 months.
Is there, well, what about 50 years?
50 years, 24 and up would be 20 years.
And why is that?
Statutory limits.
Okay, so does everyone, before we get to these two last ones, does everyone meet the parole board at 20 years if their sentence is more than 24 years?
Yes.
So 24 years is 20 years,
Mhm.
and 50 years is 20 years, and everybody does it. Are there two exceptions?
Yes.
And if somebody is sentenced to life without parole for 25 years, when do they meet the parole board?
After 25 years.
And if somebody is sentenced to life without parole, when do they?
They do not.
And you said something earlier when you were talking about the final choice a parole board can make is to serve somebody out.
Mhm.
And you said something about a max date, I think?
Minimum date.
Minimum date. What does
Yeah.
that mean?
The minimum date is the date the offender will satisfy their sentence with good time credits.
Do good time credits apply to violent offenses?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. What is a good time credit?
A good time credit.
He's like, hold on, let me find that paper.
Good time is just a general term for all the credits that an individual can receive.
So let's say somebody has a 20-year sentence, he goes before the parole board, they say, you got to serve out. How much time might these good time credits be?
Judge, I object.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what his objection is. Wonder what his objection could be. And I wonder what their discussion is. I'm always like wishing that I was like a fly on the desk. You know how they always say, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. I'd like to be a fly on the desk. I'd like to be a fly on her notepad, on her legal pad. Sorry.
Do you know if there are credits that could bring down well, I feel like this is really confusing. Sorry. Let's say somebody has a 20-year sentence.
Yes.
Meets the parole board at 17 years. They serve him out. Does he continue to serve for 3 full years?
Yes, he will serve on parole supervision until his minimum expiration date.
I'm sorry, not parole supervision. If he has to serve out the rest of the sentence in prison.
Yes.
Okay. So are there credits that take off from the back end of that?
There can, but he won't. He will not go below 85% of his sentence.
So he'll serve at least 17 years.
Yes.
And may serve more depending on credits.
Yes.
Okay. If he is placed on parole for 20 to 50 years or life, and he is or even life without parole for 25 years, and he is paroled, how long does somebody serve on parole?
He will serve on parole until his minimum expiration date.
And is that what you said earlier is the time of the sentence minus the credits?
Yes.
So when somebody is on parole, is he released out onto the streets?
Yes, they are supervised by probation and parole at that point.
What sort of things do they do while they're on parole?
They have to follow several rules. We have a set of general conditions that we put them on. They will report to an officer on a regular basis. They maintain employment. They participate in counseling programs. They have to maintain a stable residence. No possession of firearms, no use of drugs. If they have any payments, they have to pay supervision fees, restitution, no new offenses.
And are these similar to the requirements of somebody who's on a probation caseload as well?
Yes.
If somebody is on parole and then violates the parole, what happens?
They will more than likely go, but either face a sanction or go back before the parole board.
And can they be revoked from the parole?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between consecutive sentences and concurrent sentences?
Consecutive sentences run right at one after another, and concurrent, the sentence will run at the same time.
Okay, so if somebody has 3 counts of murder, can the jury run, and let's say they get 30 years on each count, can the jury run those all together for a total of 30 years currently?
Yes.
And can the jury also run those consecutively?
Yes.
Is there a cap on number of years?
70 years.
The defendant has also been convicted of tampering. What is the penalty range for that?
1 to 5 years.
And then abuse of a corpse, 2 counts. What is the penalty range for that?
That is up to 12 months.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure that this is all clear to the jury. We talk about this sort of stuff all the time. This is this is your bread and butter, right? Okay. But actually, some of this stuff is fairly confusing.
It is.
So I may even ask you the same question that she asked, but I'm not doing it to be confusing. I'm trying to make sure there isn't any confusion.
Okay.
The sentences that carry, the charges that carry the most time that the jury has convicted Mr. Rhodes of is count 1, 2, and 3. Those are all counts of murder.
Yes.
You walked us through, but I want to make clear when we're talking about the time. When you say 85%, I want to make sure this is clear to the jury. We're not talking about the 85% would only play in to what's called a term of years, right? That's this top.
Yes.
The prosecution was asking you about good time, right? But actually with a violent offense, someone is not eligible for most of what we call good time. So there is not a concern, and the jury should not have a concern, that a sentence, for example, of 30 years was actually a sentence that was whittled down by good time to some low number. If right, I mean, it doesn't go down. There's not some, we don't, in Kentucky with a violent offense, people don't walk out the door with a small percentage of their sentence.
No.
Also, because with movies, TV, and true crime podcasts, people get confused. In Kentucky, we don't have a system where 1 day counts for 2 or 1 month gets doubled or anything like
No.
that. Right? Okay. So if somebody's serving a year, that's a day for day year.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure I'm asking you this question. Also, I wanted to clarify, you may have said it, but I didn't hear you say it. There's no possibility of probation at all, right? Okay. because this is a violent offense, that's not something that anyone even talks about. So when we talk about these things, like 20, when the Commonwealth is asking about the 20 years parole eligibility, that's an actual 20 calendar years.
Yes.
Parole eligibility. Okay. Even if someone is eligible for parole in Kentucky, and you said this, but I just want to make sure this is clear, that doesn't mean you ever get it.
No, correct.
Being eligible for parole is never a guarantee in Kentucky that you will get parole.
Correct.
And you laid out the criteria and things that the parole board looks at. So is it fair to say that someone basically has to earn parole? They have to show the parole board
Correct.
that that parole will be appropriate? So if somebody does a bad job on those criteria that you laid out for us, they don't get parole.
Yeah, it would be up to the parole board, but yeah.
So if someone went up after 20 calendar years for parole, they could be denied parole.
Correct.
And under some circumstances, the parole board might, if they've done very badly, if the parole board was very disappointed with them, then they might never see the parole board again. Did I hear you say that?
Correct.
Okay. Or the parole board, again, after 20 years, and I'm just using this one, might say, we'll see you again in 3 years or 5 years or some number. They would set a number. Okay. Does the parole board then tell people who are in prison, or does someone, it might not be the parole board, it might be a different employee of the Department of Corrections. Are people told what the expectations are and things like participating in programs, staying out of trouble, things like that?
When they're incarcerated?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not a surprise.
No.
They know what is expected of them, so people have an opportunity to try and earn that, right? Or if they don't meet expectations, then it's their own fault.
Correct.
Inside of the prison, you talked about there are programs, and I know I can ask you specific programs, specific places, right? Because that wouldn't be fair. You probably don't know. But there are programs available.
Correct.
And the parole board evaluates whether people participated in them and how they did in them and things like that.
Correct.
There's also therapy and counseling, depending upon the needs of the individual.
Correct.
And if appropriate, medication will be administered by the Department of Corrections as well.
Correct.
The people who do this in the Department of Corrections are well-trained.
Correct.
They see lots of people, right?
Correct.
And they know what they're doing. Right.
I would like to agree. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
You can tell me if you don't know. And those professionals make decisions about, when we're talking about parole, for example, they make decisions about who should stay in and who should be released with some form of supervision, right?
Yes, the parole board does.
Yes. And if someone is eventually, I mean, we're talking about large numbers here, if somebody is eventually released on supervision, then they're still not, they still have things they have to do.
Correct.
They have rules they have to follow.
Correct.
And you, people who work with you, follow up on them, right?
Correct.
You make sure that people are following the rules.
Correct.
And if they're not, then you bring them back to court.
Correct.
Thank you,
Yeah.
JC.
We put it back before the parole board.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Are you ready to write?
No.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Does Commonwealth have any other witnesses?
That concludes the Commonwealth's.
All right, thank you. We're gonna take a break. Although I do want to go ahead and tell you all, I don't think that we'll be here very late today. I expect for you to be out of here hopefully by 4. But right now we're gonna take a 10-minute break. If you could just come back in front of the courtroom doors at 2:40.
Pulling her britches up, or the guy, yeah, it's a girl. So, yeah, someone, I think it was Gail, was it, a while ago, that said that she was getting red patches on her face and her neck. Yeah, I noticed that too. And she did seem a little bit, like, nervous, but, I mean, she did what she came to do, and she did it. Hi, Deborah. How are you? Medication can't fix evil. That's true.
Maybe
Yes.
Nope.
Do you need white noise?
Mickey said the only thing that'll change his black heart is talking to Jesus. Absolutely.
would renew our motions from the first phase, as to our motion for directed verdict and our renewed motion for directed verdict, but additionally for directed verdict as to the aggravating circumstance under KRS 532.02. I believe the aggravator
Okay. So Kel has crime joke time.
code is 206, that the act or act of the Commonwealth has not presented any additional evidence.
Kel has crime joke time. So here we go. Are we ready for this? All right. Kel's crime joke is, did you hear about the 2 guys who stole a calendar? They each got 6 months. But that's super cute. Kel, you're so funny. They each got 6 months. That's cute. Oh my God. JC, did your doctor's appointment go well? Yes, it did. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. So it sounds like they're just chitter-chattering back there in the back, going over. They cut out again. Oh man. So yeah, I think they said a 10-minute break. Is that what she said? And then what was next? I was looking at the chat and missed what they said was going to happen when they came back after 10 minutes. You guys fill me in, because it went phew, right over my head. I probably did hear it, and when somebody says what the plan is, then I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. But I did hear her say that she didn't figure they would go past 4 o'clock today. So yeah, this part doesn't usually take very long. Hi, any new welcome, or hi and welcome to any new people that have popped in the chat. I see the little eyeball keeps going up and down and up and down and up and down. But if you're new here, hi and welcome. So let's I wanted to tell you guys, I put on the, while we're waiting real quick, I put on the, I've got another tab up here about you remember whenever I was reading a while ago on December the 19th and whatever year that was, crimes on this day or whatever. Michelle Martinko, I looked her up and her photo looks very familiar. Really familiar. Here, let me open this up. Open link. Hold on a second though. You know what? I need to go back. Before I do that, let me, because I keep forgetting that I'm behind a few minutes on this. Okay. Okay, now we're live. Okay. And then I'm afraid if I click this tab, hold on. Somehow or another, I have separated my tabs. And so I can go back and forth. This is not going to make sense to you guys, but yeah, I've lost. I can only look at one tab at a time. So let me just share this screen. Let me get out of here. Let me stop sharing YouTube. Okay. And then I'm going to come over here and share. Okay, yeah, let me share this one. Share screen. This. So, okay, I think you guys can see this. Yeah. All right. So, this case, this happened back in 1979. We were looking at this day in history. And this here is on Wikipedia. But isn't she pretty? Look at her. Here it says the murder of Michelle Martinko occurred in Cedar Rapids, Iowa on December the 19th, 1979. It was a cold case until 2018 when familial DNA identified a suspect 39 years after the crime who was charged, tried, and convicted. That's crazy pants. That kind of story has happened. I don't know how many times. When the whole DNA, once that became a thing, and then like Ancestry and 23andMe or whatever that's called, those kind of places, people started sending their DNA in for whatever testing and stuff like that, to see what your background is, to see if you have this chromosome or that chromosome. You know, there's a lot of reasons why people do that, but it like banks it, and so it connects it to people. You know, I mean, I've got a few really close family friends that have found out things recently, you know, from that same kind of thing. They find like direct matches to people, and it's crazy. Um, but here it says Martinko, an 18-year-old high school student, was found stabbed to death in her family's car in the parking lot of a local mall where she had gone to buy a new coat. The murder was closely followed within her community, and the police received more than 200 tips in the weeks following her killing. However, the case gradually grew cold as the investigation stretched on. And then here in 2006, a cold case investigator discovered unidentified blood, presumably belonging to the killer, while he was reviewing case files. A DNA profile was developed from that evidence and entered into the national CODIS, but no matches were found. In 2017, a company specializing in DNA phenotyping was hired to produce a new approximation of the killer's appearance based solely off the DNA sample. Ooh, that's cool. In 2018, the company entered the DNA data from the case into the public genealogy website, GED Match, where it found a familial DNA match. And then in October of 2018, DNA was covertly collected from an Iowa man, Jerry Lynn Burns, and was found to match the sample discovered on Martinko's clothing. Burns was arrested and on February 24th, 2020, was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Martinko. On August 7th, 2020, Burns was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Yikey, yikey, yikey. Let's see who this guy is that killed her. It's not going to show a picture of him. Let me go over here and check on you guys, make sure everything's good. Deborah says Cedar Rapids is about 40 minutes from me, but I don't remember this case. Tammy was fixing the grandson lunch. Yum, what are you fixing? What are you fixing? Let me check real quick on YouTube so I don't miss anything. Hold on a second. Okay, they're still on their break. All right. When this comes back on, then I will go back over and grab that YouTube link or that stream again. So here, it gives the detail. Here's the picture of the mall where it happened. But it says this was the West Elm Mall in 2006. So, you know, it didn't look exactly like that, but and this, it says, is a 1972 Buick Electra, similar to the car in which Martinko was found murdered in. I want to know what this guy looks like. Let me go back up. Here it says Jerry Lynn Burns, born December 25th or 23rd, 1953, was 25 years old when he killed Michelle Martinko in December of 79. He grew up in Manchester, Iowa, graduated from West Delaware High School in 72. He lived in Manchester at the time of his arrest in 2020 and owned a powder coating business in the city. He had worked for John Deere and co-owned a truck stop. Holy cow, this guy is like a complete business owner, businessman, right? Burns had previously been married to Patricia Burns, who died in 2008 from suicide. Well, that raises questions in my brain automatically. Burns' cousin, Brian Burns, went missing on December the 19th, 2013, and has not been found. Although Burns' arrest in the Martinko case raised questions about the two incidents, police do not believe Burns was involved in either one. But December the 19th, his cousin, Brian Burns, goes missing on the same day that Michelle Martinko. That doesn't sound coincidental to me. Does that sound coincidental to you? Ooh, quesadilla and chips. Chocolate milk. Yum. Deborah said 1979, West Elm Mall was a big deal. Biggest mall around. Ah. You too, Gail? Yeah. I'm like, He murders the Michelle Martinko gal on December the 19th. Today's December the 19th. That's why we were looking at crimes on this day, right? Oh, hold on a second. I got a husband visitor. Hold on just a minute. Okay. So, yeah, anyway. And then his cousin goes missing and his wife had committed suicide. So, I don't know. Sounds a little fishy. Suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. But I really do want to know what this guy looks like. I'm going to type him in on Google and see. Jerry Lynn Burns, Iowa. Okay. I found some pictures. So I'm sharing this tab here. So you can kind of see what I see. Here is the girl. And that's him. Here's him. I wonder if that's him in high school. Oh, it must be because there's a picture with her. So, yeah. Awful, awful, awful. She is such a pretty girl. The big Farrah Fawcett hairdo. Wow. Let's click here and see this. Um, uh-oh. I hear them back. Hold on a second. I hear them back. Hold on just a second.
Remember that case where it was the people in St. Matthews arguing about that right of way, and one neighbor was like, letting the shit on her. Just up there. It's like, we shall allow their folks to dump us there. Like off the silly stuff.
Hmm. You realize in 1979 we had one semi-local TV station, no such thing as social media technology, not like it is. Oh, absolutely, Deborah. Yeah, I mean, I remember growing up in the
Well, Mr. Rhodes
80s.
Defense, would you like to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would call Anna James.
Thank you.
And we lived so rural that we didn't even have access to cable television. We had like 4 channels most of my young life.
Hi, you can actually come right up here to the witness stand. Thank you. And I will have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. Is it James, James? Thanks.
Good afternoon. I know I've just said your name, but if you could introduce yourself.
I'm Anna James.
And what do you do for a living?
Well, most recently, I've been in the mental health field for 28 years. Most recently, my position for 11 and a half years was assistant mental health coordinator for the largest Head Start grantee in the state of Indiana.
And what is your relationship to Brice?
I am Brice's stepmother.
Oh.
When did you first meet Brice? When did you first come into his life?
Mic
In
drop.
1998.
And how old was Brice at that time?
7.
And when you met him, how much time did you spend with him?
We spent a lot of time together.
And how often would he stay with you?
Well, he would. I had a young son too, and
You guys can
his
see and hear
brother
this, right?
Chandler's-
Please
Bryce's brother Chandler
let me know.
was also there. So, spent it got to be almost every weekend. But then he participated in sports, so I would be at his sports, his football games, and
Thanks, Gail.
just around a lot.
And that was, I believe how old did you say he was?
He was 7.
And then were there any other periods of time in his life when you were seeing him more regularly?
So so then his father, and that was the beginning. So I started dating Sean. Actually, Sean and I worked together at Charter Hospital.
And Sean
is Bryce's father. And so we started dating in 98. We introduced our boys. We got more serious in that first year, and then we moved in together in 1999. And Brice was over a lot. I was very active in his life.
And what period of time that you spent with Brice
would you say contained the best memories of Brice?
Those early years. So, and when he was little, and you know, he and Chandler and Credence playing together, and Darion, which was another brother that he lived in Lexington, when he would come and visit, and holidays, and our first family vacation was we went to Florida, to the beach, and we stayed on the beach, and went to Disney World, and it was just fun, age appropriate fun, and we were away, and it was a vacation, and I taught Brice how to swim on that vacation.
Did you take any pictures during that vacation?
Yes, took a lot of pictures on that vacation.
Is this a photograph that you took yourself?
Yes, that is a photograph that I took.
And who are we looking at in this photo?
So this is Brice and my son Credence. And you'll notice in this picture, Credence has a big cut chunk out of the front of his hair because he looked up to Brice a lot. And Brice had gotten a Nike swoosh cut in the back of his hair, and Credence wanted a Nike swoosh sign like Brice. So that was his attempt at a Nike swoosh sign there. So we look at these pictures and laugh about that often, remembering that.
And was this a photograph that you took as well?
It was. It was Disney World. And that is Brice, Credence, Brice, and Chandler from left to right. And Jeannie.
And what about this photo?
And that again is Disney World. That was at MGM Studio at the Muppet Show. We had our 3D glasses on.
And who's in this photo?
That's me and Brice and Chandler and Credence.
Okay, let's go back to the swimming for a moment. We can turn the lights back on for a moment. Thank you. I think you told us that you taught Brice to swim. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that was like?
So, you know, and it was really important, you know, for us, and considering, you know, that we had young children, and blending the family, and there was other, you know, parents involved. And one thing I noticed early on with Brice is that, you know, trust and him trusting me was really important. And, you know, I worked really, really hard at that. And also with Brice, he didn't like to be embarrassed. He didn't like to do anything that would put him in a situation where he would be embarrassed, or where he didn't have control, or, and so the swimming piece was big, and it stands out for me because it was so big, because he had trust was a big thing too. And so in my family, it was always really important to learn how to swim, to at least to know how to float, to be able to, you know, if you fell in, to be able to save yourself. And so that was important, that for me, that the boys knew how to do that. And so that was, you know, Brice didn't know how to swim, and so I taught him how to, I say swim, but it was more floating. And so, you know, teaching him how to float, and trusting the water, and trusting that the water would hold him up. And I mean, that was a very significant moment in the building of our connection and our relationship, was teaching him how to swim, and that he trusted me, and he let the water hold him up, and he was brave, and he did it. He learned how to swim.
Is there anything else from that vacation, that family vacation, that stands out or that's significant to you?
Just Brice's goofiness. He was always so goofy when he was, you know, when he was little. And one of the Star Wars came out, and when we went to Disney, the boys one of the shows we went to, they got lightsabers there. And so then we went to see Star Wars after that. And he, when we got back, he always liked to play pretend too. And he and his brother, not just him, but he and his brothers. And so we had the arms of the couch had covers on them, and Brice thought they looked like what the stormtroopers wore. So, and the other thing I remember is like the boys were in their underwear a lot. So I have all these pictures of them in their underwear with these couch things on their head and their lightsabers, like running around. And it was just remembering that we were just happy, and they were happy, and it was just a really nice time to be together as a family.
Thank you. I think we have a few more pictures. Could you describe this photo for us, please?
So that was after Christmas. Credence, and that's Credence and Brice, and that was it. Yeah, them singing something for me and Brice playing the guitar. Credence continues to be a musician to this day, but yeah, which I think is funny. But again, Brice was so goofy. He was such a goofy kid. He was always like making jokes, and yeah, they were really getting into this song. I don't recall what the song was, but they were really getting into it.
What about this next photo?
And that was a family vacation to Memphis. We drove to we meet my cousin. It was Memphis was a halfway point for us, and so my cousin and her son met us there. And Brice, when we were on Bill Street, he saw that hat and wanted that hat, and he loved that hat, and he wore it like the whole time. We were at Hard Rock Cafe in this picture, but Brice had a little afro, and so the funny thing, he wore that hat the whole time, like from when he woke up until like the only time he didn't wear it is when we were swimming. But when he would take that hat off, he had wore it so long that his hair was shaped in the form of that silly hat that he loved so much. Yeah, but that was a good family trip too.
What about this photo?
So that is Brice and his brothers. That is Credence and Brice and Chandler and Darion. And that is in one of our rooms at our house. And that was, yeah,
Was that a chair that they all like to sit on quite a lot?
yes, that was a chair that we sat in. It rocked. And so, yeah, there was a lot of.
Was it normal for Brice to pull a goofy face in a photo?
It is normal. It was normal for Brice to pull goofy faces in, yeah, because he was a goofy boy.
What about this photo?
So, this was, it was, yeah, that was at my apartment. That's before we moved in. That's when the boys were supposed to be sleeping. You see, Chandler was always very obedient. I don't think he was really sleeping, but he knew to fake it. And I think I came in to say, well, you guys are supposed to be asleep. And this is Credence's bedroom. Credence had bunk beds. He had 2 beds. But whenever they spent the night, they all slept in the same bed always.
What about this one?
That's Brice and his sister Chambrielle.
Is this a school photo or a family photo?
I think that is a photo that his mom had taken.
What about this one? I think you took this one.
Yes, that's one that I had taken of the boys. I think that's the first picture I had of them taken together.
How old is Brice, do you think, in this
That
photo?
was 99, 7, 8.
I think we have 2 more. I think it's okay. We can- think we can move on. It's okay. And what about the last one?
The grandson. That's Brice and his son, Joel. My grandson.
I know you were part of his grandson's life.
I am very actively involved in his life, yes.
We don't have any other photos. Are there any other memories from Florida or from when Brice was in the 3rd grade that you'd like to share? What would you do with the boys?
Well, I was a busy mom, so just making sure they, got to practices. And so Brice, after, when I moved in with Sean initially in 99, his oldest boys, Brice and Chandler, didn't live with him. They lived in the area, but they didn't live with him. And, I was a recent college grad. I, was a sociology major. I had, I worked in the field, and there were some red flags that I saw with both the boys and their living situation. And, and I had this grand idea, not just me, but Sean too, just wanted to stabilize things for the boys. And we were moving towards, marriage and long term. And, and so I felt it would be important to bring the boys into our home to go to school. I worked at a community mental health center on the school.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you wanted to speak up some.
Sure. Do I need to scoop? Is this a mic?
That would be helpful as well, yes.
I worked on a school-based team at a community mental health center in Jeffersonville, and I just thought it would be we thought it would be a good idea to have them in the home and to be in a school that I could, that I was involved in. And so we met with Brice's mom and his grandmother, and I had expressed to her at that time, and because I knew that there was, I let her know what my concerns were. I felt like, I knew that there was some abuse in her relationship, and that I wanted, that we just wanted to provide more stability, and we wanted the boys to be together. And so Shauna agreed to let Brice come and live with us for his 3rd grade year. And so he did live with us.
I'm so sorry. I'm still having a hard time hearing you.
That's probably my fault. I started talking softly, so let's just try and speak so everyone can hear.
Okay.
And I'll probably ask you about a number of things that you've just shared with us.
Okay.
I think, can you tell us about your participation in Brice's education?
And so the normal kind of things, I was probably a little bit more actively involved because I was at the school pretty often, and in communication with his teachers about the progress that he was making. And there were some concerns that came up, and we wanted to get him tested, and Shauna refused to have him tested at that.
I'm sorry. When you say tested, what do you mean?
So to have
This cameraman.
testing for developmental.
This cameraman, man.
Academic, evaluated, an evaluation through the
And
school.
what stood out to you that made you want him to be evaluated?
So the processing of information, the retention of information, just some cognitive things, as far as understanding.
Would you help Brice with his homework?
I would.
And what was that like?
It was challenging in that there were, so going back to what I had said earlier about Brice didn't like to be embarrassed or feel, you know, like he didn't have control of the situation or, you know, understand things. So I had to think of, you know, ways to help support him without making him, you know, without him feeling embarrassed. And so there would be often, you know, he would, so there oftentimes I would help him as much as I could, but then we would get to a place where, you know, I wasn't helpful anymore. And so that's when I would talk to his teachers about, you know, this is the as far as we were able to get. We did read a lot. He didn't like reading, and so I read to him and the other boys. So we would do that, you know, nightly. We read Harry Potter and chapter books and things, and that helped him as far as, you know, with the reading piece.
Did Brice, I think you said he did some sports at school.
It was youth league, so he was, yeah, at that time it was youth league, and it was youth league football.
And did Brice play football later in life as well?
I am not certain. I don't think he played football later. I know that he played basketball when he was in middle school, but I don't think he played football beyond youth league that I'm aware of. We moved away in 2002, and that changed our accessibility and our interactions.
I'm sorry, changed what?
It changed our accessibility to Brice then, and when we moved away.
Did Brice ever get evaluated or tested?
He did get evaluated.
When did that happen?
I am not for certain. I believe it was middle school when the actual testing took place.
And why did it take so long for that to occur?
Because his mother had to agree to that and sign off on it.
Was it just school that Brice struggled with? How did he do at home with chores or tasks?
So he was task avoidant, and you know, and chores weren't and some, again, trying to determine what's age appropriate and not age appropriate. He tried to, you know, get out of chores a lot. It wasn't his favorite thing to do, and you know, often would engage in goofy behavior to get out of doing things. You know, there wasn't a lot of follow through, and again, he was pretty task avoidant.
Why do you think he was so task avoidant?
I think, and then sometimes too, it seemed like, you know, when I gave him directives or when his father gave him directives, the processing piece that I spoke about,
stepmom,
I don't know that he processed that the whole way through. And so it would look like he was being oppositional, and he wasn't being, you know, it was. So that sometimes that would lead to problems, you know, in consequences. And but I think it was again about processing and understanding.
Did you ever observe Brice develop a morning routine or any routines or habits of any type on his own?
Not on his own. Not on his own. He was, was pretty dependent on, you know, me or his brother to like wake up and those type of things. He was still pretty young.
Did Brice ever have a job with you at any point that he was with you?
And so when we like I said, we moved away in 2002, and he came to live with us when he was in middle school, and for a short time. And we were looking at some different alternatives to to support him and to get him acclimated into the community. And we did look at, a job at Marsh at the supermarket, but that never, I mean, we spoke with the manager and we went in, but he never did.
How did that interview go? Do you remember?
So it was an unofficial interview, and it was, but Brice looked to me more to do the talking for him.
And how old was he at the time?
Probably 14.
I want to go back to talk about one of the other boys that you raised. You raised 3 boys? Sure.
Yes.
3 or 4?
Yes.
During the same period of time.
Yes.
Was Brice the only one who had struggles at school?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. And that was the reason why. So Chandler was the other. He and Brice are a year apart, and they're both Sean's children. And he was struggling and having some outbursts in school, just as Brice was struggling. And that was one of the reasons why Sean and I wanted them to come and live with us. We were moving towards, we were more serious. I had recently graduated from college. We had, we were trying to create stability. We wanted the boys together. And so we brought Chandler. Yeah, so Chandler came to live with us too.
Were you able to help Chandler find success or find support in school?
Yes, we were able to create that stability that we wanted, and that we wanted to create for him. And and Chandler stayed with us, and he moved with us. And yes, Chandler completed his PhD in June of he completed his PhD in June of this year. And he currently is an assistant professor of political science.
How do you feel that consistency impacted Chandler?
I feel like it impacted him positively, and it his life trajectory was completely different, and he was able to thrive. He worked on he was able to thrive in a just remarkable way. He had success in elementary and middle, and then high school. He graduated in the top 20 from his high school. He went on to one of the most prestigious colleges in the University of Chicago. He worked on Capitol Hill for a while after he graduated with his undergraduate degree. He went back and got his master's and his PhD, and he is currently an assistant professor at the University of Oregon.
What about Brice? You've told us that you tried to get him tested. What else did you do to try to help Brice?
So we went, when Brice came to stay with us in the 3rd grade, I spoke about the meeting with Brice's mother, and I understood kind of when I think back about it, because think back to it, I was really young, and so Sean, we were both really young. We were all, the parents in the situation were all very young, but I understood the importance of including his mother and respecting his mother and validating, where she was, and that, in that partnership, in trying to raise Brice, it was going to be really important that we had a good relationship. And so, I was aware of, it was just very guarded. We never knew where she lived. There was a lot of different phone numbers. She always had a lot of money, but no job that I was aware of, drove really nice cars. And so just, again, a lot of red flags for, just some, and then, Bryce's behavior, his guardedness, him being scared. He often, I didn't mention before, like when he would stay over, he often wanted to sleep in my bed at night. One night he fell asleep with a big gob of gum in his mouth and woke up and he had a lot of hair and had all this gum in his, we took a long time to get the gum out of the afro, but so again, it was just really important. I knew so that I needed to, that mom was in an abusive relationship. And so having, that conversation with her and, us getting on the same page. And so initially she agreed to allow him to come and live with us. And he stayed with us. And Sean and I weren't married. And so also too, I respected that I was not the wife in the situation. I was the girlfriend. And, so I respected those boundaries and was very intentional about respecting those boundaries. And then we got married on January 1st of 2000. And I was at a place where I had been pushing Sean to get some kind of custody, to get something on paper because I felt like Shauna, Bryce's mother, with her lifestyle, was sabotaging our ability to provide the stability in his life that we wanted and we needed to have. We didn't have phone numbers. We didn't know where Brice was when she would take him on the weekend. Sometimes she would take him to school on Monday. Sometimes she wouldn't. He would be late to school from time to time. And so after we got married, I began to push more. And I began to exert more, we have to do something, we need to go to court. You need to get something on paper so you have more rights in Bryce's life. And when I started to do that, that created friction and tension between Shauna and I, and she tried to come and get Brice. And so we had talked with an attorney, we were seeking custody, seeking some kind of, and so it was led into a weekend where we kept Brice until we could get to court. And on that Monday morning, the school called me, the secretary, because again, I was very involved, and the secretary called me and said, Anna, there's a woman here saying that she is Bryce's mother, and she's trying to take him out of school. And she said, and if you bring Brice to school, she's going to be able to sign him out. And so we had all this stuff going on, and so we decided to keep Brice. She said, just if you don't bring him, then she can't get him. So I kept Brice at home, and it was a very emotional situation. It was a very emotional. Bryce's mother and grandmother came over, and Brice was, in the house, and he was crying, and they were banging on the doors and the windows, and come out here, Brice, come out here. And I, explained to Brice, this is, we're trying to protect you. We need to know where you're at on the weekends. We need to have phone numbers and addresses. And I said, I'm so sorry this is happening. And I said, but you tell me, what do you want, Brice? What do you want? And he said, I just want to be with you guys. I just want to stay with you guys. And I said, well, we're going to fight to keep you here. And I'm sorry you have to go through that. But he hid in that bedroom, and he wouldn't go out. And his mom and grandma were saying, come out, Brice, get out here, get out here. And but that was the hardest memory. I remember I couldn't protect him. So I protected him in that moment, but then just as soon as he went back to school, she came and got him, and we went to court, and we didn't get, it wasn't favorable for us. And after that, Shauna enrolled him at a different school, and we weren't able to have the same level of contact with him that we had been before, that we were able to before.
Was there anything else that was different after the custody battle?
Yeah, so Brice was different. He was different. Our interactions and our connections, we've always been connected. We are still connected.
I love Brice forever. But his guardedness, he was more guarded. It was just like we started all over again.
Was that how Brice was the first time you met him?
So that was how Brice was kind of, he was always, kind of guarded in the beginning. And it took a while, like I said, to develop that trust and that connection. And I was very intentional. It was really important for me. And then too, like, I was just hopeful, I was young and optimistic. And I think I loved the boys before I loved Sean. I loved his boys.
Can we pause for just one moment? Can I see the attorneys?
So my first thought is the defense probably should have had
We've talked about your best memories of Brice from the 3rd grade and a very difficult memory of the custody battle. Are there any other difficult memories that you have of Brice that you'd like to share with us?
Yes. So we always would do whatever, and we were clear with Shauna. We would always do whatever we could to help stabilize Brice's life and his situation. We knew, and again, I still don't know all the details. I don't know all the details of what Shauna and, was involved in. But I know there was trauma. I know there was abuse. I know, but it took a while, and, Brice was getting into trouble, and Shauna called Sean and said, I need Brice to come and stay with you all. Is that, and we talked about it and said, absolutely, he can come and stay with us. That's when he was in middle school, and he came, and he stayed with us. And that was, when the job and, trying, and Chandler was there. And so, Chandler worked, really wanted him to be there, and really, loved that he was going to school with them, and Credence. And, but it was hard for Brice to acclimate. It was hard for and it was different. They were older, and he and Brice had done some things and got in trouble, and he was really mad at Sean, and there kind of how the whole situation ended is that Brice hurt himself. He did some self-injury. I don't know exactly what it was, but he had marks on his face, and called the cops and said it was Sean, and and he had to be. They took him to the Eskenazi, which was the local hospital, and we had to go through all that, and then go to get him, and when they realized that it wasn't that there wasn't any kind of abuse or anything going on, and we went to the hospital, and to get Brice, and when I got there, he was in the hospital bed, and I was still like frustrated, and just all kinds of emotions. And I remember, and Brice never disrespected me. That was one thing throughout he was goofy, and he wouldn't always follow directions and things, but we had a very loving relationship. We still have a loving relationship. And so I don't remember my exact words, but I said, something like, what, Brice, what is, going on? And he looked at me and he said, get out of my face. And it was just like a whole different, I never seen that in him. He sounded different, and it was, yeah, so it was, that was, I mean, I can still hear his voice in my head saying that. And I remember it was scary. It was I was hurtful. It made me sad. It was just, there was, yeah. And that was a hard, and it's a difficult memory. And decided after that, you know, Brice wanted to go back to his mother's. He wanted to come back to Jeffersonville. And we arranged that. I took him back down to his mom's, and it's a pretty quiet ride back down there. It was a pretty quiet ride back to his mom's. And when he was getting out, his mom came to the window. I was talking to her, and he looked at me and he said, "I love you." And I said, "I love you too, Brice."
How did you feel when Brice said he loved you after all of that?
I mean, I felt like a mom feels when they're, you know, going through a really hard situation with their child, when they look at you and they say, you know, "I love you." I mean, there were still all the emotions, because we were still dealing with a lot of stuff, not knowing, you know, like what the next steps were and things. But I felt love for him too. And I felt concern, and I felt it just, you know, I always wanted to help him. I always wanted to do whatever I could. But again, kind of that helpless feeling that I had felt like that was, you know, throughout our relationship, is that my hands were tied a whole lot in helping Brice, and that was always hard for me.
If Brice is given an opportunity for parole, what would you like your role to be in his life going forward?
So I would like to still always have a relationship with Brice. I feel like, you know, ongoing mental health support is really important for him. Ultimately, that's his choice, you know, what he follows through with, you know, but, you know, I've been in the mental health field for 28 years, and, you know, I have a lot of resources. And so I would, you know, like to encourage that. I can see that I wouldn't, you know, if in that relationship, that would be something that I would encourage. And, you know, and Brice, like I said, I'm his son's Nina, is what he calls me, Nina. So, you know, I play that, you know, I would continue to play that active role in being the grandmother, and, you know, and yeah.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Any questions? All right, you're free to step down. Thank you.
What I was going to say a while ago is that the defense didn't have any witnesses.
Defense have any other witnesses to call today? Okay. If you want to come up, I'll just double check with you before we let the jury go.
They didn't have any witnesses before they went back to deliberate, right? I don't understand why they didn't call
We're
her.
going to go ahead and break. We think tomorrow will be the last day that you'll need to be here, likely. But we're going to start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so we can try to, you know, not have you here late if at all possible. So we will ask you to be outside the courtroom doors tomorrow morning, no later than 9. In the meantime, you are still under the admonition of not discussing, researching, or posting about the case. We'll see you tomorroll.
All rise for the jury.
But I'm just thinking, the defense, why didn't they call her? Not that she, like, really did anything. But I don't mean not that she didn't do anything. I just mean that she didn't, it would have been something for him. Did she just tap the lawyer's shoulder? Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that. Because she had no knowledge of the crime. Yeah. Oh, I guess so. Blah. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to come back and say anything or not. If not, we're going to go straight into, we might take a little bit of a break, but then we're going to go straight into, Ruby Franke. Oh, yeah. Got some details, schmeetails. If he was 16 or 12, maybe, says Mickey. I don't know. I'm going to stop sharing the screen just because I think they're probably done. I'll keep it on just in case they come back. Charles Manson's mom sold him for a 6-pack of beer. He didn't get any special sentence. How could her testimony help his sentence? Well, I think that it could, like they were saying in the chat earlier, humanize him. If the jurors have young kids or grandkids or even nieces and nephews, that are the ages of what they saw in those pictures of the cute and sweet Brice, then they may be apt to, give him the possibility of parole, if they think that there's a chance of rehabilitating him. Oh, I don't know about that. But let's see. There's no excuse for him being the way he is, heartless. There could be extenuating circumstances if he experienced the horrible, horrible things as a child, but I'm not hearing any of that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure, Kel. Average broken family. I mean, we don't know what goes on in their house, but we don't know what goes on in many houses. And those people don't come out doing the evil things he did. So, nah. Nah, nah, nah. Wow, 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 wow. Really, Poppy?
Because if you think someone's in distress and they have
Where is that coming from? Do you guys hear that? Where is that sound coming from? You can hear that? Do you still hear it now? Oh, oh, okay. Okay, it's gone. I took care of it. It is done gone. It was in a tab that I didn't realize was open. But I could hear it on my phone and from the computer too. So, but anyway, I wanted to check this tab here. Because I was going to show you guys this guy. Okay, here it is. All right, so here's this fella. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Husband alert, husband alert. He's just unplugging his phone. Okay, so, one of my many open tabs, I know, right? But this guy right here, he's the one that killed that Michelle Martinko chick that we were talking about earlier from December the 19th, this day in history, from 1972 or 9, I don't remember. But this is him. This is his booking photo released from Lynn County Sheriff's Office on December 20th, 2018. Wow. Well, that's crazy, right? He killed her on December the 19th, and he was booked on December the 20th. One day longer than that many years. Dave Franzman, a longtime reporter at ABC Cedar Rapids affiliate, even covered the case at the time of Michelle's killing. I did not see this day coming, Franzman said on a broadcast this week. This is a picture of her. Again, look how pretty in that hair. But that is what he looked like at the time he was picked up for it all those years later. Said that he was 25 years old when it actually happened. Oh, man. Okay. So, I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to look into that further because I think that that would be pretty cool to go back through and look at and stuff. I'm going to go take a pate break real quick. Do you guys want to, go grab take yourself as a potty break too? When I come back, I'm going to do the Ruby Franke, share the plea agreement with you and all of the disgusting things that she did. But so that you're not just staring at a black screen, I will, let's run over to YouTube real quick. Oh, hold on. Mm. Let me open this. Hold on just a second. Okay, so this is live. Hold on. This right here was another. This is another case. I don't know if you guys have heard about this or not. Hold on. Did you guys hear about the teen that was accused of stabbing his mom in her sleep? From Florida. He's a 13-year-old boy named Derek Rosa. And what's even worse is that she had just had a baby that was like a week or 2 weeks old. Did you guys hear about that? Let me see what you're saying. Did anybody hear about that? Oh, you guys didn't hear about that. Okay. So, I heard about it the other day, but they had an evidentiary hearing a couple days ago when I was watching it, and let me scooch to it. And he's such a. It's so sad because this boy is so young, and his family says that he's very much like a kid. He's not like, I don't know. But apparently this hearing that they're having, they were talking a lot about the facility that he's staying in, whether or not he's getting education and stuff. I don't know, but let me share this with you guys. Present, share this, share. That's him. And that's one of his lawyers.
Can you see this? May I publish on it?
I don't know what they're showing. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea. Sorry, I don't mean to be yelling, but hold on, let me rewind it. Looks like he's hiding his face and crying at this part.
sister. She stays in the same room as my mom. Stays in the same room as my mom. And tonight, who was all there?
Okay, so I'm going to have to go back and watch this all the way through because I didn't catch a lot of it. But right now, what it sounds like is the body cam from when, because he called 911 after it had happened. And it sounds like that's body cam footage. So, you guys want me to let it play just in the background for noise while I run to the bathroom? Because I need to go wee-wee. Let me know if you just want me to. Okay, I'll just leave it running in the background so it's not, you know. Thank you, Billy. Let me see if I can find another spot. I don't know what this guy is saying here.
And the time is 2:46.
Setting it up in that fashion, let me go a little bit further. The only grounds that you have presented here are 119.071, the public records exemption, such that if you made a public records request to the state attorney's office for this, they would not be required to give it to you. But you haven't shown me anything under 2.420, which would render this statement confidential. Once the materials are provided in discovery, they become the public records of the court. That's what we learned from post-Newsweek stations versus John Doe from the Florida Supreme Court back in 1992.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'll just let this play for a little bit, and I will be right back.
Which is found at 260 7 3rd 1060. That is a Judge Levine opinion, where the state sought to prevent disclosure of search warrants and warrant applications. And the 4th District held that there's a difference between, those are exempt also, by the way, under Chapter 119. And the 4th District held that there's a difference between something that is exempt under Chapter 119 and something that is confidential under 2.420. And they ordered that, or they held that the trial court did not depart from the essential requirements of law when they mandated disclosure of the search warrant documents. So the two things here what I'm concerned about. First is, you provided them to an expert who's going to testify at least partially, give opinions partially based upon the items that you want sealed. Okay? In Chambers now, you've told me that you don't want all of his confession sealed, you just want 6 minutes of it sealed. Why?
Judge, let me clarify. So, it's my understanding that Dr. Cooper is, although it's been provided to him, is not basing his testimony off the recorded interview of the defendant. However, we believe that if you're inclined to allow this in, which may or may not be subject to a motion to suppress, then we ask that you do a review in camera. Based on our motion, we believe that this evidence is pursuant to 3.220E, 119.0712E, is exempt from being disseminated to the public. And so it being played in open court in a highly publicized case and hearings carries multiple dangers, including tainting the public, tainting the potential jury pool in the future, and that's our concern with this.
State?
Judge, I don't think.
Well, I don't know if you
That's-
have a horse in this race, actually.
No, I have a horse in the race. What I was going to say is I don't think it's fair, and in hearing the fairness here, to use something as both a sword and a shield. How can they say, when they've blindsided us this morning with an expert we weren't aware of, that he's never met their client, never spoken to him, and the only things he has reviewed are a few hundred pages of records not authored by himself, plus a video confession that he reviewed the whole thing of? How can they possibly say, well, he's going to testify and he's going to make some opinions about him, but he's not going to use this one part that we don't like because we don't want all the facts out there? You know, it can't be a sword and a shield. So I do think we have a say here, but I also think that there's a major, when we're talking about constitutional issues, I think we have a First Amendment issue here. Yes, all evidence the state seeks to introduce ever against a criminal defendant is to some degree prejudicial, because if not, it wouldn't be relevant to the person committing the crime. Your Honor is very capable, just like any of the judges, I would presume, you're not like a jury, to be able to separate and give what weight there is. But to say on two folds, one, that this person's going to testify with an opinion that's somehow relevant, of course I don't know what that is yet, somehow relevant, based upon this, but no, not those 6 minutes. I think it's disingenuous and it's unfair. I think the rule of completeness and fairness should be that we hear the whole thing. And lastly, Judge, the press and saying that, again, a sword and a shield argument, that, well, this could be bad for the defendant if it comes out, and yet there are press conferences held by a defense team, it just doesn't seem fair.
Okay, let me return to something you said. Early on, I was told by you guys that the doctor was basing his opinion, at least in part, upon what he observed from the statement, as well as the records from the jail, etc. I'd be surprised that if the statement were available for his review, that he wouldn't look at it in formulating opinions. That would be like ignoring something that would be directly relevant to him determining the mental state of the defendant. Okay, so I'm not going to need to hear from the press, because I'm going to rely upon State versus Wooten. The only thing you're pressing here are two arguments. One is Chapter 119, the Public Records Statute, 119.07, which talks about the exemptions from public records. Well, the state cannot be forced to turn it over to the press. But they've given it to you, which now takes it and puts it under 2.420, which is the public records of the court. And I wholeheartedly endorse Judge Levine's opinion in Wooten, which said Chapter 119 is all very nice, but it doesn't control the public records of the court. That's the first thing. You're concerned about, and my personal feeling and philosophy is, the more transparent we are in court, the more legitimacy and respect we foster. And we have a mission to foster legitimacy and respect of the courts, because that's what helps to give legitimacy to our government. If we are not open for complete access and transparency, then we suffer. That's just my thought. Now, as I take your second argument, that you might not want to taint a potential jury panel that could be out there, that's a valid concern. We'll see if anybody gets tainted when we start picking a jury in this case, because that's the way it's done. We determine whether we need to transfer the case somewhere else or change venue, but that's not going to happen in this case for a while. Okay. So I'm inclined to go ahead and let you put that in. Your motion for a protective order to keep Mr. Rosa's confession out of the public eye is denied.
Judge, may I say something?
You sure can.
On Dr. Cooper's for record purposes. I just want to be very clear that Dr. Cooper's would only testify on the video to the extent that the state introduces the video to show by a non-expert, for example, the detective or us, we're not psychiatrists, we can't gauge maturity level based on that video. So to the extent that that wasn't an evidence, Judge, to the extent that that testimony that Your Honor was inclined to allow that, then I was going to ask Dr. Coopers about his opinions on it. But everything that Dr. Coopers was going to testify on was, again, isolation, idleness, and the effects, psychological, physiological, on juveniles.
Well, I don't need a doctor to tell me that. You've given me reams of studies that show it's inappropriate to put a child into solitary confinement. Dr. Coopers is just one of the dozens of experts that have written on this. Your record is complete in terms of the care that we need to take when we house or detain a juvenile. I've got that. I'm not sure I need to, I'm happy to hear from Dr. Coopers on the generic, if you will, subject matter of detaining a juvenile. I thought you wanted to put him on the witness stand because he had reviewed the specific materials concerning Mr. Rosa, including the materials that you want me to keep confidential or private or out of view. You want to give them, you've given them to your expert. He may have opinions that are based, at least partially based upon this. In fact, if he's going to give opinions about Mr. Rosa without having looked at that, his opinions would be very suspect to me, because he would have the best evidence to look at this young man at a time when he was talking freely with the police about what he had done. Any psychologist who would pass up that opportunity in attempting to gain knowledge about the mental status and mental health of your client would lose a lot of credibility. You follow what I'm saying?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. What do you want to do?
I'll leave it up to Mr. Lewis. I just wanted to speak on that one point from Dr. Coopers. Thank you.
Shall we hear from your witness?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
The state calls Detective Josephine Lassigny. Where would you like him to?
Right where Mr. Lewis is right now.
Sure. Yeah. Do you know?
Right
there. Please, right? Okay.
Do you need the phone numbers of the
No.
Okay.
I have it. Somebody has it. Right here? I have it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Were you assigned the lead detective of the murder of Marina Garcia on October 12th or in the early morning hours of October 13th of this year?
Yes, I was.
In that capacity, in investigating this case,
I'd really like to go back and watch this. Okay. Before we get any farther, I'm going to go ahead and shut it off because that is just an evidentiary hearing. Tammy, there's nothing going on other than it's just a hearing where they're like entering evidence and stuff, I guess. So preliminary. Yes. Okay. So, let me go find, I know it's on my phone, but let me look real quick and see. Hold on. Okay. I've got to find it here on my phone. Okay. So, all right. Let me edit these real quick and email them to myself. Done. Edit. I didn't think to do this beforehand. I should have already had this emailed to myself so I could share it on the screen instead of just on my phone, you guys. Right? Okay. So, that, and that. Select this, and this, and then email it to myself. Okay. I'm sending them to myself now. Hopefully it'll go right on through. Hi, Brenda. How are you? Brenda. Now watch it say it's not going to send. Let me go check. See if I got it yet. See if I got it. Okay, I don't see it yet. I see an awful lot of Amazon emails, though, I'll tell you that much. I was telling somebody yesterday through a message that they were asking me if I was ready for Christmas, and I was like, oh my God. It looks like Amazon threw up in my house. That's what it looks like. All right, cancel, because it's not going. Oh, and then I got it as soon as I canceled it. How stupid is that? Well, it said I did, but why aren't I seeing it? Well, come on. Spam? It wouldn't have went to spam. Why did it? Well, let me try this again. Send it. Now it said it was done. Let's refresh. All right, here we go. Okay, let me... Give me just a second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kel, tell some more jokes. Somebody do some headstands, do some jumping jacks, somebody sing a song. Somebody do something. I just need to download these so that I can open them up. All right, now let me see if I can share them through here. Present slides. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Well, why aren't I seeing it? I'll go under... No. Why is it I always have such a hard time finding things when it shouldn't be that hard? I say it's not letting me share those. All right. Fine then. Forget it. Let me do it the other way. Kel's like, I got you, girl. What would inmates in jail be called who start to be friendly? I don't know. What? What? I don't know what that button does or what that button does. All right. Pen pals. Oh my God. That's cute. That's cute. It really is. I'm not even lying. It is cute. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me get out of email. And then come over here. X out of that. Where did they go? Never fails. I can never find it. When I find it, then I can't find it. I'm usually pretty good at this, but ay. Desktop. Let me go to downloads again. Okay, here's this. All right, I think I did it. Maybe. Okay, that might have worked. Now, let me see. Gail said that's a knee slapper, Kel. Okay, a window. Let's try this. Okay, do you guys see that? Oh, boop, 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 boop. Let me know if you see that. Okay, good. All right. So, let me like move myself out of the way. Like that. Okay. Okay. So, it says plea agreement. This is Ruby Franke, okay? Just so we know what's what. Ruby Franke from Utah, the famous YouTuber that had like 2-point-something million subscribers. But anyway, her plea agreement says, my guilty plea is the result of plea agreement between myself and the prosecuting attorney. All promises, duties, and provisions of the plea agreement, if any, are fully contained in this statement, including those explained below. And then number 1, it says the defendant agrees to plead guilty to count 1, 3, 5, and 6 of aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony. All right? And then number 2, it says the state agrees to dismiss count 2 and count 4 of aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony. And then number 3 says the defendant shall submit to a pre-sentence investigation with adult probation and parole. Number 4, the defendant agrees to serve a prison term. And number 5, the sentence received for count 1, 3, 5, and 6 are to be served consecutive to each other. Okay. So, then, the next one is where it gets, okay. The next one is when it starts getting into the stuff. So, I'm going to show this little ticker at the bottom, the banner, about the graphic content. Give you guys a little bit of a trigger warning there. There's no like graphic visuals, but it's talking about child abuse, you know, so. All right. Let me pull this up. Go back over here and show it. Give me a second. 2, 3, 4, 5. Share. Okay. All right. Now, it says from approximately May 22nd, 2023 until August 30th of 2023 in Washington County, Utah, the defendant, Ruby Franke, intentionally or knowingly inflicted and allowed another adult to inflict serious physical injuries upon her children that were ages 9, And the parentheses EF, that is the initials of her daughter. And 1112 is the age of RF, which is the initials of her son, as fully described below. So she inflicted these and also allowed another adult to inflict these, which I'm assuming she's talking about Jody Hildebrandt. But so the little girl whose initials are EF is 9, and RF, the boy, is 11 or 12 at the time that this happened. Count 1, it says, the defendant's actions involve the physical torture of RF. Initially, RF was forced to do physical tasks for hours and days at a time. These included wall sits, which are where you sit up against a wall and your butt is like hovering, you know. Carrying boxes full of books up and down stairs and working outside. Eventually, RF was forced to go outside to do outside labor without shoes and in the summer heat. He was forced to stand in the direct sunlight for several days. He was forced to remain outside at all hours of the day and night for extended periods of time. These actions resulted in repeated and serious sunburns with blistered and sloughing skin. RF was denied adequate water for several of the days. He was required to remain in the summer heat, and he was punished when he secretly consumed water. That made my heart hurt. That made my heart hurt. Are you guys still here? Are you still with me? Or have you all checked out by now? But yeah, the fact that she wouldn't let him have water made me ill. Made me sick to my stomach when I read that. He was denied sufficient food, and when given food, he was given very plain meals like rice and chicken, while others in the house ate regular and more flavorful meals. He was isolated from other people and denied all forms of entertainment, including books, notebooks, and electronics. In addition, after RF attempted to run away in July, his hands and feet were regularly bound. Binding included being tied to the defendant and to weights. Many times, the binding included using 2 sets of handcuffs, one on RF's wrists and one on his ankles. At times, with RF lying on his stomach, ropes were used to tie the 2 sets of handcuffs together so that his arms and lower legs were lifted off the ground. The bindings resulted in injuries to RF's wrists and ankles where the handcuffs cut through the skin and damaged the muscles and tissue. These injuries were treated with homeopathic remedies and covered with duct tape. Then the bindings were placed on top of the duct tape. Well, I mean, at least she was nice enough to, cover his wounds with duct tape before she continued to bind him, right? And the homeopathic remedy she used was honey and I can't remember what it was she used. It was honey and something else. I don't remember what it was. Was it honey and cayenne pepper? No, it wouldn't have been pepper, right? Let me go look to see what she used. Let me Google it real quick in case somebody doesn't know. What remedy Ruby Franke use on son? Yeah. Yep. 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 It was. It was cayenne pepper and honey. Yep. I was right. But I was like, surely it wasn't cayenne, but it was. I thought I heard that, but I was like, maybe not. Tammy's playing badminton with her grandson. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, but I mean, I can understand using honey on wounds maybe for like healing properties but cayenne pepper? Wouldn't that burn in an open wound? I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Horrible, awful, awful, awful. Excuse me. Let me open up the last page. Let me open this up and share it. 2, 3, 4, 6, share. Okay, so I'm going to share this. I know, right, Kel? It sounds more like a punishment than a wound ointment, so to speak. But I'm going to let you guys read this one while I go tell my husband seatbelt and watch for deer and all the things like that, because he's getting ready to leave for work. We're weirdos. We don't say bye to each other. We always say seatbelt and watch for deer. That's our way of saying bye and stuff. So anyway, I'm going to go ship him off to work, and I will be right back in just a couple of minutes. But I'm going to leave this here for you guys to read. And we'll talk about it when I come back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So, yeah. Let me see your comments. Deborah says, how in the H does a mother do this kind of thing to her own child? She has to be crazy. Oh, Lord. Mickey says, me and Pearl just ate a half a peanut butter sandwich, got my protein and carbs in. Now to leave the country and head into town to the only store 2 towns away. Good old Walmart. No, I'm not brave. You're crazy. Just dumb, she says. Tammy said, I still think her husband should have gotten charged abandonment on children in videos that are available showing he was on them. When she was talking about not feeding a child, no presents to no bed. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like he's getting off scot-free with absolutely nothing. Like he was completely blind and in the dark the whole time, right? But yeah, on this one, I know you guys have already read it, but specific instances of abuse committed by the defendant include, number 1, kicking RF while wearing boots. 2, holding his head under. These are the ones I did not know. I had not heard of these. Holding his head underwater. And 3, cutting off oxygen by placing her hands over his mouth and nose. Okay, so those to me, as if the others weren't bad enough, the others are horrific, right? But these 2, holding his head underwater, I'm assuming it's not just your normal roughhouse play in the pool with your siblings where you're dunking each other under the water. That's, yeah, okay. And then cutting off oxygen by placing her hands over his mouth and nose. Same, Tammy. I'm thinking if she is admitted to these, count 2, the actions described above caused severe emotional harm to RF due to the fact that they began in May and escalated throughout the summer months. I don't believe that this just started just out of the blue. I think she's been doing this for years, and not just to these 2 kids. She's got 6 kids total. And I fully believe that things happen to all the older kids too. The actions described above caused several severe emotional harm to RF due to the fact that they began in May and escalated throughout the summer months. Additionally, the defendant and another adult regularly sought to indoctrinate RF and convince him that he was evil and possessed, and that he needed to willingly be obedient to avoid punishments, and that the punishments were necessary to repent. He was also told that everything that was being done to him were acts of love. Acts of love. Okay. Well, if that's how you love somebody, I'd sure hate to see what you do to somebody when you don't love them. Count 3. The defendant's actions are also caused severe emotional harm to EF, the daughter. Other than binding and the specific instances of abuse RF was subjected to, EF was subjected to the same treatment as her brother. She was isolated and forced to do the physical tasks, remain outside, and denied food and water. She was also repeatedly told she was evil and possessed. The punishments were necessary for her to be obedient and to repent, and these things were being done to her in order to help her. EF was convinced that she was evil and needed to go through these things in order to repent. Count 4, the defendant's actions caused 2 or more physical injuries to EF. She was forced to work outside in the heat barefoot. She was also forced to run barefoot on dirt roads for an extended period of time. EF's feet were repeatedly injured by, and she was repeatedly sunburned. When examined on August 30th, these wounds were apparent by scabs, blisters, and sloughing skin. So, Tammy says, "You're fine, Mickey. Just be careful." Kel said, "Not just physically, but so emotionally abusive." Yeah. Yeah, the YouTube channel was mentally abusive. She taped everything, and I mean everything from female private stuff. I know. Like, I didn't know about that channel before all of this happened, but when I went and seen like clips of things, but yeah, super, so I don't know. I just love how they make everything, like, she tried to make everything seem so, ooh, hunky-dory, you know, and no. Deborah said, "I saw a portion of a video. Teacher called her 6-year-old, had no lunch. She says 6-year-old responsible to fix her own lunch. Punishment, she goes without lunch. Then she remembers to fix her lunch. OMG." Yeah. I remember hearing about that too. There was, the older son had his bedroom taken away from him, and he had to sleep on the floor in the living room or something for like 6 or 7 months. I can't remember exactly, but, and then also there were videos where she made them, if I'm not mistaken, she made all of the kids sleep in the bathroom floor when they were sick, like throwing up sick. If they had a stomach bug, she made them sleep in the bathroom floor. Yeah. The dad was home during all of the growing up years, right? But whenever she got involved with that Jody Hildebrandt lady, Jody was supposed to have been her counselor or something and therapist, and she, you know, from what I gather, had talked Ruby into having him leave and work on their relationship apart. And then that's when all this stuff happened and they got caught. But the kids had escaped from Jody Hildebrandt's house, not Ruby's house, but Ruby knew they were there, and she had been staying there as well, I think. There's a whole big, like, stories upon stories upon stories of these families. And a lot of families that were, like, broken family stories, because of the Jody Hildebrandt lady, gal, girl, woman, whatever you want to call her. Deborah said, "My girls slept with me when they were sick, even if it meant changing the bedding." I know. Crazy. Crazy. But I want to keep tabs on Ruby Franke and see what happens. And she has something going on. I think her next court appearance is February 20th. I want to say. Tammy says, right, Deborah, I can't. How many years my kids were in my bed sick than my grandkids, right? Or I with my daughter. Yeah, I know. I know. I've done the same thing with mine. Jody is December 27th. And then Ruby's in February. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, there was like the 911 call from the guy, because what happened was the two kids, the EF and RF, or actually RF, the boy, was the one that escaped from Jody's house, and he ran to a neighbor's, and the neighbor called 911, and he said, I think the 911 operator asked if there were any injuries or something like that, and he said, no, not that I can tell. But then when he got to looking at the kid's arms, he saw, and his feet or ankles, legs, whatever, he could see the wounds. But then what like broke him was that he was so skinny. I guess whenever the boy pulled his shirt up or something, he could see like that he was skin and bones, you know. Just really sad. Really, really sad. But that the man broke down crying when he was on that 911 call. And you could hear the little boy like answering him when he would like the 911 operator would ask the man questions and he didn't know, so he would ask the boy and the boy would answer. And but they had instantly given the boy some food, you know. Oh, goodness. Deborah says, I remember my oldest home from college crawling in bed with us. Right? Oh, that's such a good feeling. Hubby thought it was a bit much. No, it's never. The kids are never too old to get in the bed with mom and dad. Never. Billy says, people like that should get fixed so they can't have children. Sad, and how many things are going to go through that now? And how many are going through that now don't know about? Let me reread that. I messed that up. People like that should get fixed so they can't have children. It's sad, and how many are going through that now don't know about? Sad, and how many are going through that now don't know about yet. Okay. I'm sorry, Billy. That went right over my head, trying to get the words out right. Ay. Yeah, I know. It's a really sad, sad story. And I don't know. I mean, I don't see how anybody could be mean to kids like that. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. And like the starving them and stuff is just beyond me. I can't understand that. Like the whole Shonda Vander Ark with her son Timothy Ferguson, that trial that just ended, that was awful. Awful. Kids going through this type of treatment, and when will we hear about their case? Right. Yeah. You're right. I know what you mean now, Billy. Yeah. It's sad to think about. How many are being abused that we don't know about? Yep. Hi, Lisa. The case that just recently finished, the young lad, 15 years old, tortured to death, was disturbing hearing what happened every single day. I know. That was the case I was thinking, just had mentioned was the Shonda Vander Ark was the mother, and the 15-year-old, his name was Timothy Ferguson. And they literally starved that boy to death. Literally. That is so evil. Yeah, Deborah, in that case, she did. She kept the grandmother out of the house. You could see those when they were questioning her about that. She kept saying to Paul, the older son, I'm tracking her now. Stand outside so she don't come in. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, And she kept saying that it was because her house was dirty. Let's see. Which is the grandma going to be most horrified by? The fact that you have a dirty house, or the fact that this 15-year-old step grandchild of hers is obviously not well, right? Yeah, the hot sauce and the ice baths. Oh my gosh. It was awful. Awful. Well, okay, you guys. And that woman with the courts as her job. I know, Lisa. I know. She worked for that judge. It's like I don't know. I mean, I don't know what sort of court she worked in. Like, if it was like, I think that they said, but I don't remember what it was. But you would think that maybe she just thought she was so smart she's going to get away with it. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. A red flag when they're trying to keep everybody away. Yep. Isolation, is that what they call it? Or something like that. Don't understand people who hurt kids and animals. They don't deserve air to breathe. Never a truer statement. So, la 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 la. Kel, if you're still here, give us one more joke for the road. I don't know if Kel's still here or not, but let's lighten up the air before we go. If Kel's not here, I'll find one. But Kel's usually just got him just like poof, 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 poof. She's always got good jokes. Let's see if she comes up with one. I'm gonna have to start finding like funny memes or funny stories or cute like animal or baby videos or something to share, so that we could, lighten the load before we get off for the night, Sad it made you cry. I know. It was awful. Oh, Lisa said, I was ridiculed yesterday and I was so hurt I can't speak, and a man yelled at me, "Cat got your tongue?" I was gutted. Oh, God. I wish everyone here sunbeams and happiness. Thank you, Lisa. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that somebody was mean and ugly. I'm sorry. That's the worst. People can be so mean. And you know, they say that kids can be mean, which is true. Kids can be mean, right? We all know those like schoolyard bullies or whatever. But eh, um grown adults are way, way meaner. Yeah. So I think Kel is going for the evening. Let's find something real funny to share. Let me find funny. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. This is a cute one. Hold on. Go back. Well, hold on a minute, you guys. I gotta get used to sharing things off the cuff without having it like already ready to go. You know what I mean? I gotta get better at that. I gotta get better at that. Let me see. Let's. Okay, let me share this page real quick. Here's some cute stuff. Alexa's over here trying to be helpful. Lee said, I'm afraid for the calendar, its days are numbered. There you go. There you go. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing in case they get a hole in one? Yeah. Lisa says, have you seen the ad for Amazon of the elderly ladies going sleigh riding? Truly adorable. I don't think I have. Or maybe I did. That sounds familiar. What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both parasites. You're so funny. Thank you for lighting the mood. Thank you for that. Let me share this. This one here. Let me share this. This is from a website called Bored Panda or something. But yeah, let's go to this one here. It says, my dog's favorite toy is Santa, so we brought her to see him. And then there's this one here. It says, so this year we bought a 20-foot Christmas tree and cut it in half so it goes through the roof. Oh my God. It literally looks like it goes through the roof, don't it? Making Santa proud. Oh my God. It says wrap empty boxes and put them under the tree. Every time your child acts up, throw one in the fireplace. Oh, Lord have mercy. That is pretty genius. Oh, that's cute. I've seen this one before. When your gingerbread fails, add a dinosaur. So it looks like your dinosaur ate your gingerbread house, right? Thank goodness you're home. The Christmas tree fainted. Oh my God. That looks more like a cat problem than a dog problem, right? Okay, one more. Why don't you put Chris? Okay, yeah, we're not going to look at that one. Well, we will. Let's look, you guys. We're going to be funny. Look. How gross is that? That's disgusting. Okay. One more, and we'll make it a clean one. Here's a dog nativity. Your day is now complete. Oh my God. Oh, and look, there's even a little puppy right there. That's the little baby Jesus. Oh, that's cute. You got the 3 wise men over here on the left. And then over here, you got Mary and Joseph and a shepherd. How cute is that? All right, you guys. I'll have to keep that handy. I'll have to keep that handy. Yeah. Ay, 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 ay. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Oh, God. One lady gives her 2 friends boxes from Amazon. It is a sleigh and a pad to sit on. Then they all go sleigh riding. It shows up on YouTube now and then. Love it. I feel like I've seen that. I saw one the other day that was a throwback. Do you guys remember the one commercial? I'm thinking it was like a cell phone commercial maybe. But it's the dad and his son, and the dad always dances to that da 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 da. Come and get your love. That song, you know. But he's like da 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 da, and he dances, and the little boy's like ah, and then they do it year after year after year. It's like always a thing that the dad does to, like, you know, bond with the kid. Well, and then there comes a time where the kid's like a teenager and they're sitting in the middle of some like cafe or something, and the dad starts singing that song and dancing, and the boy's embarrassed, right? But he still smiles and he's like, oh, God. And then at the very end, you hear a phone chirping like a ringtone, and it's the old man and woman, and the old man is the dad. And he goes and he opens the box up because the box is under the tree. And when he opens it up, it's a smartphone with the video of the son dancing with his little baby. Dun, da, 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 da. I love that commercial. Every time I see that, I cry. The tree fainted, I know. I'm behind in the chat, you guys. I know. Lee says, why do seagulls fly over the ocean? Because if they flew over the bay, we'd call them bagels. That's cute. I like that one. That's definitely a Florida e-joke, right? You're welcome, Deborah. They are funny, right? Yeah. Cat doing. Definitely. That definitely is. Dogs do not tear down trees. Cats, however, they do. Where do fruits go on vacation? Paris. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay, Tammy, court is at 9 in the morning. So I will plan to be on about 8:30, 8:45-ish. Come in and get our breakfast and coffee before it starts, you know. Lee says, where do you learn to make a banana split? Sunday school. Ba-dum-bum. That was a good one. No, there are more in Boston than Florida. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Didn't think about that. Lisa said, y'all have made my day. Blessings to everyone here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You all make my day. Billy said, see you at 8:30-ish my time. All right, Billy. Have a good night, you guys. Thank you so much. Yes, wanted jokes to end the day. Absolutely. Thank you. It does help. Makes us feel a little bit lighter, you know. We can laugh and cut up and not end the stream with sad and shocking stuffs. So, but 7 a.m. for you? What's 7 a.m. for you, Tammy? Oh, well, 8:30 a.m. for me, Eastern. I will be on at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. 8:30, 8:45. All right. Breakfast may be late, says Lee. No worries. No worries. You know what? We'll have leftovers from today, I'm sure. Well, we've got a virtual refrigerator. We can put the perishable things in, and we'll just, you know, get out the pancakes and heat them up and all that stuff. And then whenever you come tomorrow, we can have brunch or lunch or dinner or dessert whenever you get there. All right, you guys, thank you, JC. Thank you. You guys are awesome sauce. Please make sure you give the video a thumbs up before you leave. And if you're new here, I would love for you to stay and subscribe and hit the notification bell and all the YouTube things. And we'll see you guys in the morning. Have a great night. Bye.